So we have this user interface for editing phone numbers. We're using React phone number input for the actual phone number input and MUI components for the other two fields over here. So initially, there's an empty table essentially. Then you have to click new phone, enter a phone number. You could optionally choose or enter a different phone type. You could enter a comment. Then you have to press add to add it to the list. You could add another phone. You could click on any of them and press edit. And then you have to press update. You could delete one. That doesn't require any extra button clicking. So this is the current UI, and it's a little tedious, not that intuitive. And the code could be rewritten as well. So currently we have this list view Scala trait, which defines two React components. We're using scalajs-react. It's using Bootstrap 3. It's really old code. I'm using a library that generates DSL from a CSS file, so let's use this syntax for creating components, but that's what's going on. We have one component for the view mode. So if I view an existing person, it will render this. It will use this component. We're going to use this component, but for editing, we use this component, which has, but even this component has existing phones in a static table, which you can then toggle into edit mode. The edit component takes a state snapshot as its props. State snapshot is scalajs-react's abstraction, which predates React hooks, but it works very similar to the useState hook in that it gives you a value and a setter function, and the type of that value and the setter parameter is our case class over here, which contains a list of items and this editing field. The editing field, the purpose of that is as follows. So suppose I have two phones and I toggle them both into editing mode. Number one, the data type of the state of each row can be different in list view than an actual finished item. That's why we have two abstract type members, item and proto. item is a valid item. Proto is the state of the fields as you're editing. Then we have item to proto, which lets us convert an actual item to the editor's state. We also have proto to item, which may or may not return a valid item. So everything that's in edit mode needs to have a proto instance in the state, whereas everything that's not in editing mode will have an item in the state. But the key of this map is an option of int. What does that do? Well, for one thing, we have to keep each one of these distinct, so they need to have their own key. But what is the exact rule for the key value? Let's see. This is very old code, so I don't remember offhand. Let's see. So component edit is used. Here's one place that it's used, phone state. So we have this outer thing, which is where the state actually lives, because in list view, it's passed in as the props, the value and the setter as the state snapshot of state. So the state actually lives in the parent component. But that doesn't tell us how values get into it. That would still be the job of the child component. Presumably when you start off, the map is empty. So we have to look more in list view. So we have the add button. That would be how you okay. Let's go through the component edit code methodically, step by step. Okay, so we define a component, and component name is gonna be whatever the dynamic class name is, because list view is a trait that's inherited, so it might be phones view dot component edit, which is exactly what its name would be in code, like over here, phones view dot component edit. Okay, we get the props, which is that state snapshot. We get a state snapshot representing specifically the finished items. And we define an optional state snapshot of proto that represents the item that we're maybe adding if we are in new phone adding mode. And again, this trait doesn't know about phones per se. It could be used for any type of data, but if we have a row that's not yet existing, so we read that. So we zoom into that field by using adding and with adding to get the thing that we're maybe adding, and with adding to add it, to update what we're adding. Now, zooming in a state snapshot gives you another state snapshot. This would be a state snapshot of option of proto. Then a helper of mine in scalajs-react util will convert a state snapshot of option to option of state snapshot, which is more useful. So what do those do? So adding gets the item in the map with a key of none, and with adding updates on with the key of none. Okay, we have a bootstrap panel with a panel heading, a panel title. Then we have a table. If items.value that is empty, so there are no actual finished items. So that we saw before, instead of rendering multiple rows, we'll just have one table row with one cell with a col span of a high number, just so. I don't think that's actually necessary. With that text, and then, but if there are values, if there are items, then we iterate over them. We read the, so with a state snapshot, you get the current value using that value. We close it with index. ToTag mod is a little bit like map, but it expects the function to return a tag mod, which is a scalajs-react abstraction that includes different things that could modify an HTML tag. If an attribute will be applied by modifying an existing tag and setting an attribute on it, or in the case of class, updating the class attribute, adding a class. Or it could be another tag, in which case we'll update the tag by adding it as a child. And ToTag mod combines the result as one tag mod that represents applying all the tag mods. You returned one after the other. The truth is that this could easily be. So alternatives to that are 2v-DOM array and 2React fragment. 2v-DOM array will return the elements as an array which React will expect to have keys. So if you don't have a key for each one that you could reasonably set, or it's just not worth doing, you don't want to use 2v-DOM array. So then your alternatives are 2tag-mod and 2React fragment. 2tag-mod is older than 2React fragment. That's why this code isn't using it. Once React introduced fragments, that would be a simpler way to achieve the same thing. Because that allows you to dynamically generate a few nodes without React having to worry about the fact that it's dynamic and expecting you to assign keys. Anyway. So we did this with index. We have an item and an index, and so what do we do? So again, editing is that map. And so we see right here that the key of the editing map is going for an existing item is going to be sum of its index. Okay, so that answers our question before. And then if there exists an entry in the editing map that defines that, by definition, that means we're in editing mode of that row. And so if it returns none, then we're not. So then what we do is, so first of all, we call render item, which is abstract. That's up to the subclass to actually produce columns. But then afterwards, we add an extra column, which contains an edit button and a delete button. Okay. So still using Bootstrap 3 glyph icons. Okay, yeah. So this code needs to be rewritten, but again, first I have to remind myself exactly what it does. Okay, so we have these two buttons, and that's in the view mode. In the editing mode, so we, similar to how we did maybe adding, we have a state snapshot for a specific proto. This is going to be a state snapshot of proto. We call render form, which is the other abstract method, and that expects to render inputs. So the user could edit that item, and then we have an update button at. So let's see this again. When you click edit, then you have an update button at the bottom. So this is interesting though. Again, we have a single cell. If again a col span of 100, so then render form can very well produce a block element that goes all the way across. And then so the update will be in the next row. And we have update and cancel. And then for maybe add, we have very similar code to the editing case, but for the adding case, this code is very verbose, and I could just rewrite it using MUI and behaving the same way. But I think what we should do is we should have it in edit mode all the time, and there should always be a new row. In order to achieve that, now state is only used. Okay, I don't know why we have this unused method, but it's unused, it's unused. Okay, state is only used within this file as the props of component edit. Okay, so how can we accomplish that? So So we still need to have in our state a list of items, but we also need to have a proto for each one, as well as for the adding line. And we want to have the adding line all the time, and you shouldn't have to press add to save it. The other thing is, though, so right now if you press save, you get an error like this because I haven't pressed add yet. How does it know that? It knows that because the state is contained in the parent element, and it sees that the editing map is non-empty, presumably. Exactly. So if it's non-empty, then it knows that something is in editing mode. But I want everything to be in editing mode all the time, and that should not block saving, but what should block saving is if it's not valid. For example, the phone number is not valid. So in other words, but more broadly, if proto to item returns none for that proto. So we could easily test for that with a simple method. We could say is valid equals editing.values.for all proto to item underscore that is defined. And then we could check that instead of whether it's empty. So now it should be okay. But the other there's two problems that we still have to solve though. One is that we need to keep items updated. So currently items only gets updated when you press add or update. That will remove it from the editing map and update it into the items list. It's like over here in the update button. Perhaps. So we have an updated method on state that takes an index and that gives you what? It returns an option of oh, right. So that's gonna call proto to item. So if the item in editing, if the proto in the editing map exists and proto to item on it returns something, then we return updated state with items updated at that index. Or at the end, added. So this is a neat way with Scala collections to do like an update or add, depending on whether the key is is a sum of an index or a none. And so that's going to return option of state, meaning that if it's not being edited or it's not valid, we'll return none, otherwise return updated state. So based on what that will look like, we either render the button disabled, or we render the button with an on-click handler that sets that as the state when you click it. So that's what the handler does. But all we want, so again, render form is implemented by the subclass, and it takes a state snapshot of proto, which we define over here. But what we would perhaps do instead is that every time the setter of the state snapshot is called, that should attempt to update items as well. Okay, we can make these private. That helps with cleaning up the code later, seeing what's needed where. Okay, so so that's one thing we have to do, is make sure the state snapshot is defined in a way that whenever you update it, it updates both the proto and, if possible, the items. Well, that would be one solution. A different solution would be to just not rely on items as the final say on what the resulting items is. See, where is this used? So here we see we have lines in the parent component that instantiate the state. It's like the initial state. When is that actually? What happens when the state gets updated? Where does that go to? So you see over here, there's actually a lens that lets us act as if we're zooming into the parent component state, as if it has a field so it has a read-only field phone state, but this lets us pretend we also have a setter for it. And when you set the new value of phone state in the list view component, it will call this function. And this function what's that going to do? So it's going to read the new value of items. So this actually takes two parameters. The lens setter. It takes the new inner state, the old outer state, and you're expected to return the new outer state. So the first thing we do is replace info the info, basically replace the phones field of the person with the value of items from here. So this is a list of item, which in the case of phones view item is phone info, person.phones is a list of phone info. So we're basically copying that, and then we're also updating the edit phones map in the state with the value of editing. So all the logic of how to update the parent component state with the list view state is in this lens really. And we have two list views, and the other one is for insurance policies, and it works with the same approach. So what do we have to do? So assuming that we're sticking with the index-based mapping, if we're going to always have possibly there's a way to do this in a way that's statically. We need to make sure we have a proto for each item. And we're not going to make +1 for the adding row. And we're not going to make sure that there's the right number of protos, because to do that in Scala 2, isn't so simple. We would probably have to bring in a different library that gives us sized collections that it's not worth doing. I don't think. But we could, rather than assuming that the list of protos will be one longer than the list of items, we could keep the adding row as a separate field, and then it's a little bit simpler to just say that the list of protos has the same number of elements as a list of items. Now, ultimately, I really want to replace a lot of this code and implement it a completely different way, but for now, I want to start by just making the important change. So let's make a new method called final items. And Copilot is a little bit warm, but not quite right. So we want to Okay, for now, editing is still this map, so we could rewrite this method later if we change that, but for now, we'll work with that. So we'll say items.zip with index.map case item index. Okay, let's factor out some of the logic from here. So I'm gonna say, okay, let's rename edited to with edited because it's returning a potentially new state. But then I want to create a new method just called edited. It's not going to do the copying stuff. It's just going to return the item. So essentially what it's doing is given an optional index. If we could get a valid edited value at that index, then we'll return it. And then with edited, instead of duplicating the code, we could just use it for e in edited, we'll say item and edited key. For item and edited key, so now this line remains valid because it's expecting to be called item. Okay, so now what we're going to do over here is over here we're going to use edited, not with edited. Edited some index, get our else item exactly right, and then append to that right, we edited none is going to be an option, so we could append an option to list, little known secret. Okay, so now in person view, replace the value not with dot items, but with final items. So now we don't have to, now we don't need the update button to do anything. And we don't need to remove anything out of the editing map. And therefore we could have the editing map populated all the time. So instead of initializing it to an empty map, well, we could initialize it to an empty map. And instead of reading it directly, we have like a default. But it might just be simpler to not give it a default and then have an apply method that instead of using map.empty does items that zip with index Yeah, Copilot I think is on the ball over here. Seems to be ambiguity somehow, so I'll just do new. So zip index, map item index. Oh. No, so it some index appeared to well, item to proto. Yeah, that returns actual proto. Okay, so that's going to be the protos for existing items. But we also need none to go to empty, which is going to take the existing. Wait, so why does empty take parameters? Oh, for insurances, it has to keep track of the sort value. Okay, that's fair. Perhaps. Or not. This is not going to work, is it? Okay, what's the error over here? Oh, that is to go inside parentheses. Okay. That's interesting. The plus. Okay, let's just do it like this. Wait, seriously? This is a map. This is a map. I can't plus them together. Oh, no, what? This is a, oh, okay. Why should plussing two maps give an iterable and not a map? That seems odd. It doesn't sound right. Okay, so let's just, let me put this map first. You should definitely be able to. Okay, let's just, that's strange. I don't think the problem is the type's not what it is, because it couldn't love the types of the two maps. Okay, fine. Well, then it's good now, but it's still only, okay, then it will infer some. So if I do option, and it's good, and then I bet none works over here. I bet then I could do record plus. That seems to work. Okay, so definitely have a lot of cleaning up to do, but right now it's definitely buggy. Sometimes it's a lot easier to just rewrite something from scratch. There's a lot of stuff that could be deleted now, so we don't need any. We shouldn't have an add button. I'm also not going to have a cancel button. It should be, that's essentially undo, and I'm not implementing undo. We don't want to have maybe adding. We should always just do the render form adding thing. I don't know if it should really be adding. Okay, so that's the problem is, okay, let's delete the none case, but we can't, we still have to get it out of the option currently. And the reason why is that adding has to return. No, we could just do maybe adding, wait, maybe add, okay, actually adding could just return anything that get none, that get, or else empty items, which we could combine with a single getter else. And then the problem is that now we have an actual proto, not an option. So with adding, may as well just take an actual proto. Also, we never want to take something out of the editing map anymore. So with editing, could also take an actual proto. And so we never have the none case of removing it. We just update it with proto. So with updating also, we're never gonna stop calling it with none. So that part type checks. Okay, this with edited. Now never should remove it out of thing. Okay, that's not used now. Okay, now it's not optional, so there's no point in calling sequence opt. Okay, we don't want to have a pencil button anymore, nor do we want to have a static rendering in component edit. So we're never going to call a render item. So delete this whole case. I have to wrap it in a sum. Okay, so instead of pattern matching it out of here, I'm going to say val proto equals let's say get or else item to proto item. And let's move this out of the pattern match, which we don't need anymore. Guess again, get rid of the update button, get rid of the cancel button. Oh, over here also, we didn't finish up over here. So maybe adding is now an actual snapshot. So we could rename it to adding and then get rid of this pattern match. Okay, no errors in this file. Okay, let's see how this acts now. Well, not very good. What on earth happened? Okay. Okay, let's start over. Let's take this slower. I type 8, 8, 8, 5, 5, 5, 1, 2, 1. Still in new phone, there are no items. I type 2. That switched over. My cursor is over here. So the main problem is that we got a new phone row which has a value. So we do have to remove the value from there. Okay, I think might be better off by just rewriting this, but at this point, let's just go through it. Okay, again, def adding. Again, we maintain a state which is items, which is a list of valid items, or which means to say that when you edit an item, let's just say items is the original list of items, which may be updated as we go along. It may not be. A proto value in editing overrides the value in items. So in general, we're actually just seeing the values in editing, not the values in items. Adding returns what should be in the new phone row. Okay, that's used only over there. We could encode this differently, but it should be fine. With editing, literally just updates a value in the map for a certain key, which has two convenience wrappers with adding that close with editing with a key of none, and with updating, which close it with a specific index. Okay. Then we have def edited, which returns what the resulting item should be for a certain optional index. Okay, with edited is only called in updated, so we may as well inline that. Oh, whoops. Inline that. So updated. Okay, now that actually seems a little silly. You're passing it an index, saying for that index, I'm going to try to replace the item with the proto. Wait, this is never called anymore. Okay, so let's just delete it. Okay, is valid isn't called yet. It's a new method. Okay, final items. We saw. Okay, that. Okay, fine. So again, we get the props. We zoom into items. We zoom into adding. I have a snapshot for each row. Again, what we want to happen is that as soon as the new item becomes valid, maybe the responsibility isn't with adding. Or maybe it's because the parent state snapshot, because that's a final items it's going to put into final items. Okay, so maybe what we need to do is this when we update. Okay, so instead of just looking at final items, this has to have an updated editing map. So whatever successfully gets taken out, whatever we successfully get from the editing map, we have to take out of it. And this should return a state, so we could call it finalized. Now I could write this in an inefficient way. It's the simplest way to do it, and it might make it easier to have a reference point to then write it in a more optimized way. So we'll say val items equals that. Then we'll say on the new editing equals editing dot collect case kv we don't want to call it option.get. Not edited k and proto v. No, not item to proto, proto to item. And we could say state new items, new editing. Oh. Except that the values of this map are options. Let's do flat map k to whatever. Why is I don't want to do that. Okay, actually collect kv if prototype item v is defined, then actually let's just do filter. Right. Now edited. Okay. Okay, so let's try the unoptimized version out. So over here, instead of doing like that, I'll have to say rather phones. What is it? Phones view test close equals phones dot finalized. You can just say items. Yeah, that should work. Okay, let's do the same thing here. Copilot is great at copying patterns. Okay, let's see what happens now. That didn't work. Okay, let's see what it looks like from here. Let's see what this does. Oh, the log method is actually nice. It shows the file name, the line number, and the name of the thing that it's logging. So they're both empty. As they well, it's interesting. Why is editing map empty? Don't know. It doesn't seem to be an issue. Okay. Now when I make it a valid phone number, what happens? Suddenly we're called with okay, so it's been added to items but not removed from the map. Wait a minute. But the map still only has it under none. Right, exactly. And that's what should have been removed because it now corresponds to index 0. So this is printing exactly what you would assume from the screen, not what we want. So something is wrong in this logic, I guess. Let's go through it again. Also, edited is only used within this method, so let's move it inside so we could know that we can more easily refactor it later. Actually, let me even go further. And okay, let's do the sugar. Don't need that map. Let's make that a little bit shorter. And then let's inline it. Let's see if this could be rewritten. So editing cat non flat map prototype item. Again, it's flat map because we're calling get on a map, which returns an option. Prototype item also returns an option. Okay, so again, we could abstract later. Right now, let's work with concrete version so I can see more clearly how to optimize it and what else is happening. So again, items correctly. So the logic for new item seems to be correct because when it becomes valid, then it goes into the list. On this new editing, oh, of course, it should be filter not instead of filter, or it should be is empty instead of is defined. If prototype item is defined, we don't want it. Okay, so that's just a wrong Boolean version off by one error. Okay, let's try it again. And that works great. That's interesting. This time, the focus went to the next line. That's odd. But I didn't do that the first time. Let's try that again. So I don't know if that's the correct behavior. Like there's something nice about it that you're advanced to the next number, although what if you want to enter a comment, although it might be rare. But it's not the correct behavior. It's not what I expect it to do right now. I guess what's happening is to react, these are two different things. Okay, so why would that be? Because this one has a form group around it, I guess. So let's just get rid of that. Oh, another thing is that the two tag mod thing. Let's do a 2v DOM array and use keys. And then the key is going to be here it's going to be the index. And over here, I probably don't need a key. Okay, Copilot wants add. Fine with B. Okay. Let's try this out now. You stay in there. And it stays there. Okay, great. Okay, one other thing that bothers me is that I don't want to see a bright red error saying that it's not valid. This is a blank row, and I want it to look like a blank row too. You know what? I actually think it might work better. Instead of the key being add, the key should be items.vary.length. Because that way, when it gets added, the key will stay the same, and React will be less likely to nuke the content and instead replace it in a fine-grained manner. So how could we get rid of that error? So this is really not list view's fault because it's not the one rendering error. But phone's view can't do anything about it when it doesn't know which row it is. Another issue is that now we have no way to delete a row. So I actually went too far before and I deleted that button. We do need that button. We don't need the pencil button, but we do need the delete button. And we did this in a td.text, right? Which again is Bootstrap, and that should be replaced, but let's see if we could just bring that back. Okay, so again, this is oh wait, so now the cursor moved to the next line, even the first time. That shouldn't have. Oh, again, maybe because something changed, because there's a difference between these two rows, even though there's a key. That doesn't seem right. Okay, now we can delete. Okay, also, why do we have, I don't want this, there are no items. Because we're always going to show a blank row. So wait. Okay, we have to fix the alignment of the button. I'm not sure I was initially before, maybe because the row height was much shorter, but we could get to that soon. Right now, want to get rid of the invalid message when you haven't entered anything. So change render form to also say is new Boolean, and but here we're gonna say false. We can name Boolean parameters. Here we can say is new equals true. And we're gonna have errors in the implementing classes. So I don't know if this needs to change. Anything, but fonts view is what I'm worried about now. So is new Boolean, and then over here, okay. So what we do is re-render the class attribute and help block into the div unless two things are true. It's not a blank and phone numbers that is valid. I'm curious why we need to check non-blank. Would a blank value be valid? I wouldn't expect it to. Okay, so we're using the Google phone numbers library. Java 1 on the server side, JavaScript 1 on the client side. So, okay. I don't see any reason to assume it would be valid, so I don't know why this is done. I don't know why I did it that way. But right, so that doesn't help though. Because again, it's still not valid. Now, the thing is, I only want maybe just because it's faster. If it's blank, then don't bother calling this valid. Anyway, this parameter is the condition for when it's valid, meaning when we should not show the error state. And if is new is true, then blank should be valid. Okay, I'm not sure that. That's okay. Let's do it with an if. If is new. Let's start like that. If is new, then it's valid if it is blank. Is that showing that is empty? Or let's just do not on blank. else, we'll do that. Let's factor that out. That was weird. Well, it has number. Okay, so if it's new, if it either does not have a number or it does have a number and it's valid. I feel like this could be written better. Right, okay. So we do this. Okay. Of course, this is silly, but maybe we'll be able to simplify this somehow. And this isn't right, and associates before or. Okay, we have turn that to an and. My brain is really not working now. Okay, has number and is valid. Okay, this doesn't make sense. Okay, let's try the new Bard. Has number and is valid. Or is no, yeah, that makes much more sense. So I'll put that one first. And okay. Whatever, okay. Okay. Oh good, no error. Start typing, we got an error. Perfect. Okay. Oh, it's popping me to the next line again. I'm confused why that is. We can look into that soon. I also want to have some. Okay, the X tells us that it's. Okay, yeah. Soon. You know, I think the new line should also have an X button, but it will clear it rather than removing it since we don't remove it. I wonder if that will solve. That's interesting. We actually should not just be. Oh, now it's not enough to update. Let's make a method on state for that. If we move index int, that's an interesting way of removing something. I would do it with the patch. And then I don't know what Copilot thinks was. Oh, editing minus some index, so that's perfect. It's perfect. Index in L1, I think that's exactly what we wrote over here. So say, so instead of calling my set on items, we'll say props.mod state remove index. But in this case, what we do is props dot, or rather we could say adding that set state empty items dot value. Also, again, I want to switch from Bootstrap to MUI, but for now, I think the default is probably black, so let's just delete the text danger. Oh, actually, for icons, okay. Yeah, okay, so maybe this is going to just be better with MUI, but even though I'm still on 4. Okay, it's still popping me down to this next line, first time, and the next time. So that's strange. Okay, let's look at the keys as well as highlight updates. Okay, so we have key equals 0, key equals 1, key equals 2. And now actually, now that I've added an X button on the new row, I have no way to know which is like real and which is not. Oh, a lot of updates happening. That's not useful. Okay. Now we get a key equals 3, so why is that the focus? That worked. So I don't know why I think inserting a row above rather than below. In other words, when I okay, at this point, items has 2 values, and editing has 1 value. And I'm in the editing, I'm in the new item row. And it has a key of 2. I would expect to stay on the one with that key is 2. Why does it suddenly think? And again, it is a VDOM array. You know what? Maybe because it's not part of the VDOM array. Huh. Okay, so maybe. So let's try. I have 2 things to try. First, let's try using to React fragment. I'm still taking me to the next line. Okay, so my next idea is to to use map. Okay, so basically what we're going to do is like this. I'm going to say map. I'm going to say editing rows equals that. So now we get back a list of tags. Let's factor this out as a variable called the new row. Why did I do def? And then I'm going to say append it, and then to vdom array. Now, to vdom array, to react fragment, and so on, their parameter is actually an implicit function. Since tags are either by subtyping or by implicit conversion, they already have an implicit function to vdom nodes, so I don't need to pass it a function altogether now. Okay, let's see what happens now. Still popping me to the next line. Okay, I'm stumped. I wanted to not know there's not anything like structurally different about these, is there? They're both TRs, have a different key. Two TDs. The first one contains actually an MUI grid because I did some updates to phone's view. Second one contains a button. Button in both cases contains a span. The grid in both cases contains another grid that contains a div. That's actually not so good. Why is there a div around those grid items? Not relevant to what we're working on now, but not that div. That just might be a flaw of my facade for MUI because I'm definitely not doing it that way in the code. So no, we're definitely not sticking in a div over here. That's funny. In any case, so this is the grid container. This is they each get like a forward ref. They each, for some reason, each MUI component ends up showing up as two components. So I have the container with a div with 3 grid items. The second one contains a div. Synonymous forward ref. And I have the phone number input. Which doesn't have any kind of key. What is this anonymous? Oh, I guess it's just part of our phone number input works. Okay, so that's just the way it is. Not sure what to do about the fact that everything is updating. I don't know. The only thing so nothing helped, but strangely when the add component had a different key, then somehow did work right, which is the exact opposite of what I would expect. Because now I'm in key equals add. And now when I press 2, this is going to be within a TR with a different key, which I think means that it should see it as an assertion because there's still going to be a key with an add below it. Okay, so I don't know why this works. But it does seem to work, and the code is more readable when we put it back. I think within UI code. So let's do a new row here and then inline it. Then editing rows could be inlined, and then instead of we could do to DOM array here and then here. Okay. Well, I think it's mission accomplished. Oh, we still have to do so if I have something invalid here, I should not be allowed to save. But if I haven't, then I should be allowed to save. So okay, if it's a not valid some phones, this could be In Scala 3 we can do option.when. Actually, we could do option.unless. Oops. The opposite. Okay. Option.unless it's valid. Trans policies. Then the message. Okay. I think this should do the right thing. So if I just press save now, so still have other errors. Okay, 888. Errors. If I put something in there, then I get that error. So the truth is that I may as well be consistent. Instead of having this separate from the other validation, let's just work with validation errors. So, well, maybe not in the create duplicate case. Do we even really still have a create duplicate button? I don't know why. Wait, we should only yeah, I don't think create duplicate should be on the edit page. If it needs to exist at all, it should be on the view page. Why does it think it's not valid? This is randomly generated data. Maybe 000 is not a thing. But I guess this is not a valid area code. Okay, fine. Wait, so why is that grayed out? Because once you make modifications and it's grayed out, which is sort of all the more reason why it should be on the view page and not the edit page. Okay, now that's saved. Okay, that's kind of silly. I don't even know if they ever use it. Oh, I know why it's on the edit page for now, because then it's just a matter of doing a set state, whereas if we're on the view page, and we don't have a way to go to a edit new page with a specific set of pre-populated data, at least not off the top of my head easily. So for now it's here, which is silly, but we have another usage of confirm if editing invalid. I don't know if it's gonna. You know what? But on the other hand, if we already disable it, if there are any modifications, then I don't see why that should be an issue. Oh, that could have been. I'm trying to find another person with invalid here. Okay, so this is, I just loaded the edit. There's no modifications, so create duplicate is enabled. Wait. Oh, it's actually bad because it's not updating the URL. So if you refresh, you're gonna get something else. But if I press create duplicate, it succeeds, and I don't even get those pop-ups. That pop-up about it, it's invalid. I don't know why. So this doesn't seem to be achieving anything. It doesn't seem to be accomplishing anything. It doesn't seem to be working, and it doesn't seem to have a purpose. So I'm just gonna delete it. So that leaves another usage. And it's gonna be private, which is right here. Now when we actually call a save, oh, so the server is what validates it. The server is going to return. So right now all validation is server side except for that, which wasn't even supposed to be that, because before it wasn't testing if it was invalid, it was testing if it was in edit mode, the phone. Now, save API, this is interesting. This doesn't really need to be written separately. Just call the method once. We could just say for example, we could say val can create person equals, well, not anyone even. We could say public. Right. permission.public. And we could say if person dot we could say that is defined that way it's not hard coded. There's no permission required over here. That's up to the permissions definition. Okay, maybe even that could be put into person permissions. Okay, let's do that. Can save person info. I think that's way better. Anyway, what do we do when we validate? Oh, use this. When it comes to phones, we check if it's valid. So it means if the phone is invalid, we will get a server error. So it means that arguably this is not even necessary. Let's try that. Wait. I guess their front end finished recompiling, but the back end is still restarting. Okay. Fine, so if we press save now, yeah, we get a server error, a phone number is invalid. Perfect. Now you save and it works. Okay. I think it's mission accomplished. We can get rid of that, so then we can just get rid of that. Oh, does it validate the insurances? Can insurance even be invalid? Proto 2 item. Yes, it can be invalid. Wait, so Insurances. Okay. Wait. So now that's an actual row. Wait, why is it none? Well, in that case, that's a problem. Okay. Okay, so we can't rely on server validation. The reason why, more broadly, is that if proto-item returns none, then we don't even have something to give the server to validate. So we do need this to be here. Yeah, we need that. Okay. Okay, so now we could say mission accomplished, but that X button can be improved. And also, why does that suddenly have a blue focus indicator? I'm not sure what that's about, but wait, why is that set to none? What's going on? This is really broken. Okay, our logic is very broken. Oh, I think I might know why. So we should not be using items here. We should not be using items. Okay, by default, the Scala ordering sort done before after sum. Because I have a thought. Okay, that's not going to work. We want none to be at the end. Yeah, I was thinking of using a sorted map. Unless you write a custom ordering. Copilot. How did you know what direction I was going to go in? But is that correct though? I don't even know what that method is. What is on? Again, we have an ordering. And we, oh, it's like a contra map. That's not what I want. No. This is gonna return the built-in on. I don't want that. Yeah, that's more like it. That's more like it. That should be exactly right. Okay, good. So now can we just make this a sorted map? Immutable. Okay, now we should have a sorted map. Now, let's not iterate over items, and we don't need a zip of index. We could just iterate over anything. We don't need a separate adding. So a zip with index. The index is first, but it's not really an index. Item is a proto. So the proto, we don't need val proto. What should the snapshot do? Should go straight to with editing. Key equals key. Might have to do that. We're probably going to have to do that toString on that. Is new equals key that is empty. Okay, so here we have another difference. Key that is empty I think that's kind of right. Oh, props that elegant items. Oh, and here we need an actual key. So instead of using an if, we should use a pattern match, key match, case none, that, case some, key rename that, index. Yeah. Okay, also let's use font awesome. And then we should be able to just delete this. Don't know how to use, right, so we're gonna have to do that toString. Passing a map instead of a sorted map. Oh, so now we have to, okay, in general, the parent component should really not care about the type of the editing state. It should be pretty opaque. Oh, another problem is that we're not relying on this apply method. So okay, let's delete the unused things. Why is this even a thing still? Okay. It's not even worth it. Also, if we're going to assume that editing is going to start off full, then remove really doesn't have to update items. It just has to, because finalized should be responsible for the equivalent. So we could just remove it from editing. And then what we have to do is is over here, don't get or else item. In fact, right, so what we should do over here is as follows. We should say editing that partition by the partition map. Case and it's already sorted, so I don't care about the index. Wait, oh, but also new editing should not be doing filter because we want editing to be full the whole time. That's the UI's actual state. Okay, so I don't think we're going to use the index, but we'll see. Okay, pretty good. So if proto to item succeeds, then we won't have a left. it's going to be in the first thing we're going to return is, well, just the item. We don't care about the index at that point, and it's going to preserve the order. But if it's a none, if it's not valid, honestly, at this point, it's silly that it's a map altogether. But one step at a time. In the case of none, then we return right indexed paired with proto. This is going to give me what? First an iterable, two iterables. It thinks of nothing, but it's wrong. So say val, yeah, new items, new editing. Why does Copilot want to like write it all over again? I don't know, but it's the same exact code. So iterable item, iterable option into proto. That is a duplicate. No, but that's not quite right though, because again, wait, I'm confused. Are we updating editing altogether? We shouldn't be updating. The only time we should be updating editing is when something goes from new to existing. So we shouldn't be taking things out of partition map. But maybe it's good enough to just say editing plus plus new editing, and when you concatenate two maps, the values in the second one overwrite the first. So the second map might be sparse, but it's just replacements. Let's say the replacements are all going to be exactly what they were, so that doesn't make sense either. Okay, we can do title list. This is still wrong. Oh, well, right. No, so maybe. Okay, I'm not sure about this. Okay, here we have a method that takes a list of items. What does it do? Items to editing state. So maybe what we should put over here is state that items editing state and items set to list. Okay, this is still right. We still have to deal with this. A different approach that maybe would be easier is to not try to update the editing map, not try to pre-populate it, but instead when we render, we use this type of logic to get the items that we want to work with. I don't think the supply method is ever used, to be honest. Okay. The problem is if I instantiate uh, so this is still not valid. Because it expects a sorted map. But if I instantiate a sorted map here, it's not going to use the ordering from the other file. Besides the fact that I think I have to specify the type parameters explicitly. Maybe not. IntelliJ, oh, it is actually working. Okay. Right, so the problem is that since implicit is in its scope, it's going to pick up the regular option ordering. So we could import the implicit, but that's putting too much, it's leaking too much implementation detail. For now, I think we'll just say def empty editing state equals sorted map.empty. Of course, the problem still is that we don't want an empty map. Um, and right now this won't work correctly because now we're iterating directly over proto. Ouch. So if we reload this page, there are no phones, even though it really has phones. So, okay. So we're not going to use editing directly anymore. Let's make it a private now to guarantee that. Let's say def computed editing, and it's basically correct. I feel like there's more loose ends, but I'm not sure what they are. Okay, we see this is already showing the phone numbers. Foo, if I delete one, suddenly it all breaks. Is that a runtime error or no? So why is that even happening? If I press delete over there, also it resets it. So what does the X button do? Well, in the case of none, which is what I did the last time, it just sets the editing thing. Which makes a non-empty map. Okay, maybe this whole finalized thing is part of the problem now. Wait, so now finalized. Now the computed editing is the dynamic fig that we're using. Is all this necessary? So we need to compute a new value for items. Which is fine. I don't think this achieves anything anymore. What is that? What's compiler doing? Index.map. Okay, what it's doing is, okay, it's just confused. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh. This should actually work now, because now it should be fine um, to take anything out of editing that's not actually being used. Oh, we're missing one thing over here. This doesn't explain the issue, but we're missing one thing over here, which is that we need to have a new option. Oh, this should be, no, this takes care of that. Okay, so what is going on? Where is everything going wrong? Okay, so initially we have this state. We have, why is all of that in editing phones? I thought it's going to be dynamic. Oh no, it's not. It's an empty tree map. It's just logging it twice because of React. dev mode stuff. Okay. Let me remove that. And suddenly, items is empty and editing actually contains an empty thing. When does that happen? Okay, maybe let's log this. I don't know. So line 475 and 476 is in the lens update method. 4748 are in the body of the state case class. Okay, again, when we press the X, either with editing or remove, both of which called copy editing equals whatever. In one case, removing a certain index, the other case, updating the value of a certain key. Just called copy, and we just called props.mod state with that new state. But mod state is really delegating to the state contained in the parent component. Which goes to the lens. Okay, so again, here we're just calling finalized. Okay, on with p print dot log oops. Log state, log phones. Okay. Reload. Okay, so again, initially, again, it's a list of 2 items plus an empty map, list of 2 items plus an empty map, clear the empty line. And what do we see? So in 474, phones has that state, except somehow editing actually got set to an empty map. The state is whatever, this whole thing with the phones and stuff. Editing phones is still an empty map. We call finalize, we get back, this is what we get back from finalize. Something is seriously wrong in finalized. How is that possible though? Because we do partition map, which should return the same total number of items as editing. That should fix it, I think. Before I test that, there's one other mystery. When is editing? Okay, getting, I don't know. When is editing getting set to that, and to that, like when is the none value getting set to that empty thing? Just, which would be basically have to be calling empty. That seems to be called in two places. So when you click the X button, okay, let's try this. Okay, nothing bad happened. Nothing at all happened. Hmm. Oh. Okay, so then remove, I guess, does have to update items. Or we change something over here. Again, the problem with this this is why it makes more sense to not use this dynamic editing approach from then is getting the initial state. But that's not such a big deal. Okay, so let's go back. Editing is, get rid of computer editing. With editing, should also update items. If possible. Proto to item, proto batch. Okay, some value items that, oh, this also depends. Okay, fine. Patch. Key that getter else items at length. Seek value 1. Case none items. Remove. Okay. So, okay, so we maintain editing explicitly in the state, fully materialized. And we keep items updated as well. So we should not need this finalized thing. Then the problem is creating the initial state. So we'll, so then we can bring back our def apply. Private. And let's go to be regular editing. Those errors don't seem right. Maybe it's just stale. VDOM array. It just has to be iterable once, which sort of maps really is. So some IntelliJ is just showing a stale error or something. Okay, but then over here, oh, so right, we do need to initial, right, so no, the apply method approach isn't going to work. Seems like the lens has to use the getup lens, maybe. Where's the lens defined? So find an edit renderer. Okay, so wait, this is in trait person view. Which is extended by abstract class edit, which contains class edit renderer, which is where P is defined, and the lens is specific to a P. That said, we could just make it a method and take a p parameter, I would imagine. Let's try that. Okay, so we need the other lens. Which again need a p, and then they depend on other lenses. Insurance lens is defined with an error, and there also needs a p. Okay, so let's make a trait. I have too many p's, so let's wrap this up. Wait a second. Why do we need to have a default value here altogether? Where is state actually instantiated? I don't even know. Okay. Let's move all of this back to where it was before. Okay, now the main error should be wherever we instantiate state. Here we go. Okay, now this is within okay, so let's just make those abstracts. So render version has a default value, but those don't. I'll say def. Wait, this is in specifically in views. No, so it has to be two places. So actually over here, we know for sure that it doesn't matter what it is because this is in view. So we could just say owns view dot empty editing state trans policies view dot empty editing state. This is probably the main one. Oh, this is also instantiating state. That's just a problem of type inference. Okay. Okay, so unsaved.saved state, because we need a def right, so in this case a is info as existing and p is prob such as def state info state info no, equals unsaved.saved and state equals info oh this is okay, this could also be replaced with that unsaved.saved. Unsaved.saved, so still the same pattern. Except, oh, that's a naming collision. Okay, can we private? Okay. Okay, so now it's just down to this one place. That's no big deal. Sounds about right. Not quite right. This entity entrance policy.any. Resist. Oh, it turns ends. There we go. Got a green check mark. Whoops. Wait, what? Okay, here we're in person view, edit that non-val. Here we're in person view, edit. Wait. Here we're in class edit. Well, now it compiles anyway, so that must have been the issue. Okay, so what happens now? Ah, seems to work. Oh, okay, hopefully we're good now. Okay, so what? Okay, fine. Now I think we just need to fix the X button. Okay, why is IntelliJ not? Okay, there we go. Delete the line and undo often gets rid of these stale IntelliJ errors. Okay, so yeah, this, okay, for starters, instead of this being a table, there aren't any headers. Yeah, let's convert everything to MUI. Oh, we don't need that. Okay, so we're gonna have m.card, m.card header. Use this group label. This group. I don't really have a concept of groups. I don't know why it's called that. M.card content. At this point, I don't think there's any reason to do a table, really. Just do a grid, well, each row doesn't need to be within a grid. We don't need a vertical grid. So we could just go straight to that. What was that about? So we don't have a TR, so each row should be a grid. And then, not sure which is the default direction, we'll find out, we'll tweak it, but basically we're gonna have two grid items. The first one, I forgot exactly, we need the first one to fill up the maximum, the second to fill up the minimum. I don't remember rules for that. exactly, but soon. And then while we're at it, we can make this be a m.icon button. What do we want to say over here? I don't know. In the content. Oh, we want to have the onclick over there. Just take this one. Put the FA times as a child. Okay, let's see how that looks. Okay, so now it's vertically aligned well enough. The size is good. But the column width needs to be fixed. Okay, so auto means share evenly. I forgot what true and false mean. Okay, let's try it in the dev tools. So if we go to this component and we say md auto, and it stays same. If we do true, it expands. And if we go to x, and we, so again, that was true. If you say md true, then it also wants to take up space. If we say md false, and it's like that. And if we say md auto, looks the same. What are the differences between auto and false? And false. False also seems, and they also both seem to be the same as being unspecified. I don't know if that's correct, but I'm just going to put in a true on the first column, but it should be for all sizes. So I'm going to do that access that true. Let's see how that looks. That looks pretty good, I think. Let's see how this looks on different screen sizes now. So if I make it really small, okay, we should have more spacing, vertical spacing, but in terms of the X being in the right place horizontally, it seems fine. Is there something smaller than XS? Or is it just smaller than XS, you just get nothing? XS, XL. No, okay, well that's fine. Okay, we need to fix the vertical spacing. And the vertical alignment, maybe. Why is there so much space on top of comment? Could just be the way it is. Okay, so this way, the easiest way, I guess, would be to have a vertical grid. Let's see if that works. probably have to say direction is row. And now the items are, and these are item and container. Then let's do spacing 3 for starters. I guess that's better. Maybe a little bit more would be better. I don't know where the X really belongs. Should the X be centered? Maybe it should be centered. Let's first try spacing 4. I guess it's reasonable. Maybe this should just be dividers. I don't want to make a divider between each phone. Oh, also we need space after the phones. I'm just going to put some margin bottom here. Oh, this is in the same div with their phones. I guess street address, while we're at it, for consistency. Should have a card title. I'm not really sure. Wait, why didn't that go? Well, this is view. Well, guess it should be consistent. Okay. Well, the truth is, at this point, maybe I just shouldn't be in a card altogether. I don't know. I mean, or there should be. Well, ultimately, my plan is that it might be one card with kind of joined cards. So maybe that spacing isn't really. Is it those rounded corners? They would have to be part of the same card. Just different sections of the same card. That's okay for now. That's good. Or it might be better, but I'm not bothering with that right now. Okay, let's see how this looks. Error. It's workable. And again, I don't know whether it should be centered vertically, but let's try it. So I think we do line items. Center, yeah. I only did that one X. Yeah, okay, so let's see how it looks over here. Apply to everything. So I'm going to apply it to this. So now they're centered. I think there should be a little bit more spacing. Let's do 2. Maybe a little more. So the MUI perhaps end up just translating into CSS classes. So I could play with it over here as well. Wait. That's not, I don't want to change the spacing of that. I want to change the spacing of that. That would be 3. Or it would be like that. Feels like too much. So let's try 3. Maybe there really should be a divider between each one. Okay, so it means that each one should render react.fragment. That contains a divider and the card content. That looks really bad now for some. Oh, wait. Yeah, this grid should be inside. Oh, No, so now this grid, get rid of this grid. And then this is not an item, it's just a container. Let's see how that looks. There's your dividers. Not too bad. Oh no. Bootstrap drop down inside a MUI card does not seem to work that well with Z indexes and stuff. Well, I guess this is a rabbit hole. Okay, I'm gonna have to change this to MUI. See if I can just give this whole thing high Z index. Oh, this is a React widgets drop down list. Why? Who knows? It's not Bootstrap. Is it searchable? Yeah, it's searchable. That's why. Okay. We have an MUI replacement for that, but for now, let's just try playing with the Z index here. Hmm. Uh, I don't even know. Okay, let's just switch to an MUI component. Okay, so okay, we'll just go down the rabbit hole of converting to MUI. Okay, so what do we have? A drop-down list. We have two drop-down lists. We have a state snapshot of option of value. We have corresponding choices. We have the text field. Okay, what are these parameters? Oh, it's one function, folding on the option. Okay, so it's just how to render the item. Oh, this is a creatable. So if I type in whatever, this is annoying. Oh, there we go. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so this is how we achieve creatable here. Okay, this is a rabbit hole. Not a very good answer. So if we're going to set overflow, it would be on the card, not on the drop-down list. I don't think that's the answer. Let's see. Okay, also, is there a way to make it stay open? Yeah, we could just set the open prop to true. Okay, so let's do that. Just for development. Okay, so we don't have to find this. Let's add it. Oh. wait, do I have a way of doing it dynamically? Here, dyn dot open equals true. Oh, I have to do it with parentheses. Doesn't have select dynamic, has apply dynamic. Okay, good. So now I could test. Having to keep click back. This overflow hidden. That's the problem. Why does that have overflow hidden? Yeah, this is all dumb and not helpful. Oh my gosh, okay, this is really dumb. Maybe I should try ChatGPT with GPT-4. Right, okay, this is definitely a lot more on the ball. So portals, I think that's how the MUI drop-ins work by default. They have a setting whether to use a portal or not. Right, so overflow applies to actual children. A portal would make it be added to like the body element or something. The question is whether React Widget supports that. I didn't see a prop to enable that, but I might have missed it. Okay, so none of the other examples are helpful. Is that even true? No, doesn't have a container prop. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. It's not going to appear in place. It's not a part of this work. You need some kind of tricky positioning stuff like popper. I forgot what the other one is. Okay. We're going to have to implement this. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, so I guess the plan is to here, is to generalize this code to make it easy to make a creatable MUI autocomplete for anything. And the way this works is that we define a type alias item to be either in either where the left is something to create and the right value is existing items. Um, Not sure why it has this fetcher abstraction that only has a single instance. Oh, well, there's more than one. There's only one concrete subclass, but as more than one instance. Okay, so this exists for a reason. I'm going to assume that reason is not applicable to the general case of a creatable dropdown. But it's a single select of an with an either type. The render function so this is used in the places that this is used. We never actually render it selected. Clicking an option changes it to something else. So element label is not important, but in the general case it would be important. But it could be the same as the left. The left case for element label could be the same as the left case for render elem. Elem label is basically for the split for the like the field, whereas render elem is more for the row and the drop down. The case of this person drop down, we have this elaborate grid that shows a lot of info. That's definitely specific to the person case. For the state, this case, we never have any current state. It's always, the current state is always blank, nothing selected. And the user passes in state snapshot of option of P. And we could either set state none or some of a person entity, which is an existing item. If they select a left, meaning the option to create a person, which is based on what they type in. So then, in the person case, they show this dialog and whatever, but in the general case, caller would have to define how to handle selecting a new option to create a new item. And then the text field, over here we just define from scratch. A bunch of props, which now I really have a better way to do that. That could be specified in the autocomplete instance. But what I'm missing is, are we getting instances of person? Like, where does it decide as you type in how that converts to a person? Oh, well, it's going to be the one of the results, so it is going to be the fetcher's job, sort of. Right, it's past the input. That's where it's getting it from. So the default fetcher is hard-coded to person. Right, this is the logic where it parses it out as, is it last comma first, or first space last, or first last phone. And this is where it's doing it. So it is the fetcher whose job it is. Now, we also have this initial fetch, which normally would only return rights. You map right. And in this case, but in this case, we actually, so this is actually a scenario where you would want to have items to create driven not by the input. Okay. So I feel like the abstract fetcher trade is on target, but the default implementation is specific to person, so that we're not going to pull out. Okay, so I'm going to start working. I'm going to go on mute. I'm going to eat something while I'm working. Somebody go on mute. Although this might be a better starting point because this is already abstract. The only difference is that it's a many and we want a single. Yeah, I guess it's really just that. But once once we do that, I guess the question would be, to what extent can person autocomplete use it? Will it be general enough? Less duplicated code, the better. Okay. Okay, so first, so let's start from this side. Okay, so async autocomplete is async autocomplete that many extends UI type seek, but all that can be abstracted. Here's async autocomplete. So many extends many as a, which extends async autocomplete a seek, and then a single, which is what person autocomplete uses. Extends single as a, which extends so option. So basically they're the same except for the F type over here. So now, actually, at one point though, never mind. Okay, so let's do it like this. Most of the code is going to be in the base trait. Our abstract class may as well be. So just make an abstract class with a different name called async auto complete UI type. It's going to take an f parameter, just like async autocomplete, just a plain f higher kind of type. And then we're going to have class creatable tags UI type. That's going to need all the same parameters. And this is going to have an f over here. Yeah. Async autocomplete UI type a sequence. Why is that red? Oh. Well, if it does, that looks right. Now, of course, this is not going to type check because this is many, which is going to be sequence. We need it to be abstract in F. So, okay. We'll leave that abstract. But instead of being that many, which is synonymous for many as that sequence, not synonymous, but in terms of it conforms to. No. And then many as conforms to just async autocomplete this with except in our case we'll do F. Okay, that's going to be an issue. Not sure why yet, but another thing that we have to take care of besides that view, well, view is wrong. It has to be an F. Okay, we're gonna have to go back to that. Oh, we need to replace that with F. Okay, that explains it. Okay, so now, what was I going to say before? Not sure. be extracted. Well, really, type item equals string A. Oops. And why is that suddenly an issue? Oh. Oh, we should have the same of either of. Oh, oh. Okay. Fine. So now view needs to be value f of a, which means that we need to have a functor for f, so we can map it. So yeah, how do we abstract over make string? I feel like I've done this somewhere else, but anyway, foldable gives us what? Oh, maybe there's a different type class. Cats traverse. No, not traverse. Oh, traverse is something else. Traversable? No, I'm confused. There's foldable. I don't know if there's something besides foldable. Oh, foldable had something like this. So it is defined in foldable apps. So maybe not in foldable itself. There we go. Okay. Fine, so just part of the syntax. Okay, so and then on our overloads. Oh, the problem is that it's only called from here, and from here we don't have don't have those, so we have to. So that means that and we apply this overriding superclass, so they have to be passed into the constructor. So I need functor and foldable. Then we don't need names. Whatever. Okay, what's this now? Oh, we're doing plus plus over here. Oh, we're trying to set state. Why are we doing this? What are we doing? What do we do here? Okay, so F is the original. Okay, why is it called F? Okay, that's the original state. We'll just call it state. You see that value map as a right. That's the current value passed in. And then when it gives us back an F of item, oh, so this is our first error. You can't do partition map. Now what we want to do in this, if we have multiple elements selected, and we could say, well, some of them are to create, some of them are to select. And since it's an either, we could using cats anyway. You have separate, but the only thing is separate expects to have more type classes, flat map, and alternative. What is G? Where is G coming in? No. It needs to be this clearly a conversion on elms itself. Right. There, cat syntax alternative separate. Given an F of a GAB. So G would be the either. So that's a concrete type I don't need to worry about passing in. I need a flat map and alternative for F. Alternative is extended by vanilla. Flat map, don't think it extends functor, but monad extends flat map and functor presumably. So if we don't have too many type classes, we could do monad and again, what was the other one? alternative of f. Oh wait, it sounds like shouldn't necessarily need alternative. Wait, we need foldable. It does seem like we need alternative. Okay, let's just move. Okay, the view method, we could just move the implementation to here. Use make string. Okay. I don't know if I can fully abstract this. We might just have to move this whole thing into creatable tags and have a separate one for the single select one. But again, let's run through the logic. So we separate the lefts and the rights. The lefts are to create, the rights are to select. Okay, this is called when the user selects something. So we traverse over all the to creates in the selection. And for each one, we call handle create, do stuff, and so on. And then we want to merge it together with created. Wait, separate works now. Okay, let's back functor. And add back to functor apps. Why isn't it importing it? It's already imported. It's still red. Okay. Okay, that's ridiculous. Okay, I give up. We'll just make it concrete. Okay, so okay, so what do we have? What do we want to have? It should return a snapshot of I. And this could really be expressed with a lens. Or actually an ISO. No, not really, because it's asynchronous. So we'll just leave it like that. And then, okay, so now this needs, okay, this needs to be protected. It needs to have a name, which will be, I don't know, for now just call it map state. We'll have to think of a better name. And I'll take all that code, make that abstract. That's all good. I don't think we should need type classes anymore. Um, Well, then it doesn't need the handle create itself. Over here, we would implement it with that. Okay, what happened? Where did URL come from before? Oh, it's in the apply method of UI type. So this needs to take it as well. Okay. But this, what is this? Okay, it's interesting. We're kind of assuming that handle create is going to be based on dialogues. which is, well, this is the only place it's currently used. So it is in fact the case, but I don't think that should be assumed here. Essentially what we're saying is handle create it gives us an async callback of A, but we want an option of A by handling the errors. Traversing over to create is a sequence of option of A, which you can then flatten I think we need to move that here somehow. So I guess handle create should return async callback of option of A. And then just move this to here. I guess. Okay, another difference is, oh no. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that for now. And then we just need to create class creatable select UI type. Let's see how far Copilot is gonna get us. Okay, definitely not perfect. Looks like a reasonable starting point. Okay, so first of all, we need to take a handle create parameter. I don't know if it should return an option of A or an A, but let's write back that later. F is going to be option that they got right. Let's go with single, not one. Okay, the view method, and that's good. Map state. So this part is right. Okay, about to create. There's a list of string, so that's already wrong. Elem is an option of item. Fold if it's a left. An empty list. If it's a right, okay, this is even wrong because fold does not. Wait, what? Is an option folder, so right. Okay, then the write function why is item label even involved over here? That's ridiculous. No, to create equals elem. Elem, well, oh, elem is an option of an item. So we could just pattern match. Except some left value, okay, some right value. So if elem is none, maybe this could be written shorter, I don't know, but let's write it out first. If it's none, well, in the case over here, then to create would be an empty list. Traverse would do nothing and return an empty list with no effects. Flat would be an empty list. Flat map sync create would be an empty list. And so we'd end up doing set state to whatever else. In this case, could be none as well. And I think none would just be that. It would just be we just say state that set state none. The left of a string. So we need to call handle create mylib string flatmap sync see that's state, well, kind of, except we just said it's going to return an option, so that's not going to work. What if they click an actual value? See this, let's say something. So the pattern match approach does seem okay, but I feel like this could be written differently. See, again, elem is an option of an either. What if we call elem dot sequence? That would give us an either string or an option of A. Which means that if the original was none, we clearly have a right option, a right of none, with some left string. Okay, let's test this. So I know. Actually, what traversal for option. Can we start off with an option on the outside? Traversing an option. Okay, well, I'm confused. Let's just try it in practice. How could we do this most easily? Okay, what are we in? We're in. Yes. Console quick. right, with imports. Okay. Option of either. Option dot empty either string int dot sequence. Okay, why? Reset. All we should need is this line. Now, oh, okay, so maybe the whole thing failed before because of errors. Okay, so that works, and we get right of none. Okay. What if we do some? Let's do it like this. Def test x option either string a equals x dot sequence int. Okay, test none. Test sum left s. We get it back, and if we do right int sum right of 1, we get right sum of 1. Yeah, so that seems exactly right. So this could either be a left. So if it's creatable, it's going to be a left. Okay, so this is going to work much better. So now we can say that if it's a left of a string, then do that. But if it's a right of a maybe a, then just state dot set state maybe a. Okay. Could this be improved? Oh, I think so, not in a way that's worthwhile. I think that's good. What would happen over here if we did lms.sequence? That would give us what? Either a string or a sequence of A. So that would not be very good. Let's test that out. In this case, we're going to have a sequence of eithers. I'm going to say test2 list left A right 1 left B right 2. So it's going to work like moneta composition of eithers. which is the first left short circuits. What if instead of either we used cats dot maybe a validated null? I mean, it's silly because there's no validation here. I'm curious what would happen. Then test it, not with the left and the right. With cassette data validated, valid, and invalid. Import cats data validated. Then left will be invalid, valid, invalid, and so it still comes out as invalid because again, that's how validation works. And again, also like just fundamentally, that by definition sequencing means that we're going to get either a left or right or whatever. So that would definitely not work over there. I don't think there's, I don't know what would like generalize. Well, there we have it. Now let's try to use it. Now in the future, probably be a good idea to refactor % autocomplete to use it, but right now the immediate goal is to replace these drop downs with this. So let's go to insurance policies view. And let's try this. So say val company UI type equals new creatable select UI type of locate entity of insurance company How do we get all? Where do we get the items from? Wait. We actually preloaded companies into the state. So technically this is silly. We don't need, yeah, whatever, okay. Okay, so we'll just do, oh. But then we can't, and we can't create at this level. We need to instantiate the async autocomplete once outside of a render method. But if the all needs access to state, it has to be called within a render, which is a problem. This is a problem in its design, which should be fixed, but for now, I'm just going to ignore the fact that it has insurance companies. But the reason why it needs to have it in the state is because once we this might be more complicated. Okay, how is state initialized? Oh, so we have this over here. Okay, so let's just use this. This is really a real big rabbit hole. But that's all. Filter selected. Oh, that's not applicable to. Where does it even get used? Okay, so that's only applicable here. Here we could just override extra autocomplete settings. ++ sequence of m dot. No. Wait, that actually works? Filter selected. Options equals filter selected. We can take it out over here. Take it out over here. Take it out over here. Okay. Now we have item label equals name. And then we have handle create. Okay, so we could come back to that. But it's really just this. Again, it expects what an async callback. Watch. Result ACB, that's async callback. Set to be an option. Okay. Okay, let's see do it. So company type.edit. Wait. Oh. Needs a UI lib for some silly reason. I don't think. Wait, does it use the label? Maybe it should. The label would be what? Company. And then we could do that edit and give it company state. That seems to type check perfectly. Oh, we need to have none. Well, no, we don't actually, because it should be clearable. Whatever, it should be blink initially. Whatever, we shouldn't need that. It's an explicit choice. Okay, so now we could see the companies. We could select one. You get a create option. Done. Oh, it didn't select it. Maybe that's because it didn't update the state. So now we do have a GG. Oh, we never saved, that's why, but. Okay, so right, so what that means. I wonder how they get around it with this specialties. It has a broadcaster. Yeah, here it's using a broadcaster for some reason. Don't know why. But it should really be the job of this thing to keep track of that state. Because it needs to be one of the options. Okay, so we need to define a component here. I don't think this is going to bring us closer to addressing the issue of having to specify the options up front, as opposed to being able to specify them from the outside. I don't have a super wonderful solution to that other than the obvious of sort of a staged builder approach. So I don't have a great enough need to do that right now. Okay, so I guess we basically just have to make this be a component. With state, I'm going to use a hook. The default builder entry point thing. is going to use the static component name. Again, take the full name and do stuff to it. Read config. That is interesting. So you can use a system property or environment variable to control whether it generates the name as blank. Default is full. That's interesting, but I want it to be the name not even of the subclass, maybe even the val that's it's being put in. So just do implicit name source code dot name. Okay, so the props are going to be what? I guess all the parameters of apply plus the state. Copilot is really good. Okay. Oh, no, I don't want to use that. Okay. Let's find how to do it elsewhere. So my hook is called use fetch, I think. No, use query. For some reason, it's a code that uses it. Looks something like this. Not sure why. Use value there. Okay. That we could import that. Wait, well, so request.js and we're in people.js. Okay. Let's move this to JS common. We can't because it references Oh, it thinks there's a bunch of SJSIR files it has to worry about. Continue. Do refactor. Why is this still open? Oh. Okay. Now, okay, so now we have a key. Which in this case, I guess, is just unit. And we could do unit. We'll just say all. Guess we don't need by then. What do we do next? So render is going to take props and the future value thing. So it's the all future value dot fold, and we just give it the if success. The if success oh, so nothing is this pattern match at the whole props. Doesn't seem to like that. Okay, so do it without the pattern matching. Let's just do import props dot everything, and fine. Let's take all this code. Put it over there. What's the problem? Oh. Right, so now we're shadowing all as a feature of sequence of A with all, which is an already known actual sequence of A. Um, and so LMs would be, we'll just call it oh, what's the problem now? Oh, so Okay. Oh, then we have to implement this over here. Okay, so also let's with display name. Taking the plus a phone name. So let's take that in over here. That will be passed through. Okay, then over here, what do I want to do? Component. Yeah. Perfect. Oh, one more thing. So now I have to update this, the actual state. Since that's being sort of so maybe we should split up map state into two methods. That might make it easier. So let's have one. Okay, let's do it like this. Let's start by extracting the method on either side for this. Let's give it a name soon. What does it do? Takes a snapshot of sequence of A and sequence of item. Let's call it two items. Same thing over here. Two items. Okay. Then we're gonna define a method for the other side. And we'll select, I guess. And this is, right now it's just a callback. What if we put a two callback over here? Then it's an async callback of unit. Okay, what if we break this up? Top map created to select plus plus created, and then rename that to, I don't know, and put that over here. So now this is giving us an async callback of sequence of A, which is much more meaningful. Also, this no longer needs state. Okay, also we could combine these two maps into one. Oh. Okay. Now, the same thing over here, sort of. So we have to refactor this to be able to do that. So we want to pull out a method that is an async callback of option of A. So let's do this the other way. Let's start by saying that there should be such a thing, except of the f of item, f of A, and this should be called, oh, I just copied the wrong thing. Okay, handle select, should be handle select, it takes UIlib, and is an f of item, returns an async callback of f of A. Now this is an override. What does that mean? Okay, so over here, we're going to implement this. Oh. Okay, so this is the right approach. Right, except I want to let me use sequence. I could just do it this way. And then map state now should look identical to the other map state. Oh, so now I have to define two items. Map state is defined like that. Map state is unused. Map state could be inlined. Okay, but and now what we need to do is not just set state and but also add the new items into the all. So I want to say that F should be foldable because I think foldable because it gives us like a to list. It does. Is it to iterable? So now what we could do is we could say that also wait a second. Oh, I still need. This doesn't give me a way to update it. Um, it's not going to be straightforward, so I'm going to use that hook. I'm going to borrow code from it. So say I use state sequence of a I don't know, maybe vector. In this case I don't have a depth, so we'll just say use effect by state is the use state. I don't need props. Is a callback from future, which by the way should probably be a call by name. That attempt try. No. How do we want to handle failure? Okay. Let's just do handle errors. Wait, we should do, let's just do all watch ACB. Okay. Okay. I will take care of showing a message if an error happens. Okay, so we have our A's. Map sync. Okay, so now we have the state. Get rid of that. Okay, so now this is a use state. So say all state. And then instead of doing this whole thing, let's say that equals all state dot value. Okay, so now over here, what we could do is new values could be inserted into. The problem is that we don't know how to sort it. So for now, new values maybe should be added at the beginning. So mod state. And that basically put new values first, and we should be able to do to lists because we have foldable. Okay. Linking errors. Mm. Because we moved the file, so now there's just linking errors. I guess I told you I didn't really update it right. Um, okay. That works. Okay, so page is frozen. What's going on? What is going on? Oh, insurance policy. That's not relevant, but it should be fixed, I guess, anyway. Oh, might be. That doesn't make sense. Oh, this is its own component now, and it doesn't show it. With display name. Creatable select UI type is its own thing. Form component is its own component, but it's not mentioned here. It's not within the individual row. Oh, so now the key needs to go over here. Not over here. This is not useful. This achieves the purpose. That shouldn't compile. Should have to do that to string. Or defined to convert to valid key value. Okay, well, now that that's out of the way. Why is that spinning? we do something wrong here? Wow, that should be 4. Okay, let's take that out. Well, whoa. Oh. Okay. Oh. That's weird. Not doing anything special. So wait, is the other like specialty? Oh, so once I type, then stuff shows up. Oh, okay. So it's not actually broken. I don't know what that error is about though. Hmm. Wait, filtered. Filter. That's not the issue. Okay, that is a big problem. That's just something that's general to all async autocompletes. No, this one works fine. Okay, let's try this different. Let's go by this different way. Here's an actual autocomplete. Options is an empty array. Why is options an empty array? Giving a fetch function what is causing that error? So elms is vector. Okay, so somehow in contrast to use cry, which I know works, um, again, watch should be handling errors. Oh, but only it's not actually recovering from errors. Okay, so let's handle the error case. Oh, so that's working. So why isn't it going into the state? This is running first. Then that's running. Isn't that causing her? I just have to do it. Depths. For the depths is when it should rerun the. I'm so confused. Okay, what if I do this on mount? It's happening in the wrong order. First fetch is run. And then this effect happens. And it prints it. And it calls set state. Why is it not rendering again? Or maybe it's rendering but not running fetch again. That seems to be the case. So that's the big benefit of use query is that you don't render until you have a value. Here, once it already rendered, it's not calling fetch again. Maybe we could just use the React key trick to force it to regenerate. Finally. Okay, I'll have to continue later. But I think the path is clear, so I'm going to stop here.